Alrighty. All right. Okay. Oh Lord, get my throat cleared. All the things. Um, we are gonna do. It's gonna be a mixed bag today. Um, there's been a couple bugs reported in the issues tab, which, by the way, is what you do. Issues tab is for the bugs. So I need to look at those and see if there's something I missed, which is definitely possible. But I want to get this version, this build, rock solid, so people don't have to worry about using it. And there was a couple bugs. Fluid tanks losing contents and server freezes, which that's not good. When player build too many transport pipes and chests in one chunk and teleports there. Okay, I'm not really sure what that means. The fact that they have about 60 other mods in that mod, it's like anytime you're running into a crash bug with something, it would help to have as few mods as possible loaded. Objects reference not set to an, so it's a no ref exception on block broken. So the description is this crash log: when I come by feet, load chunk and try to break pipes. On block broken in BE pipe base new. So let's go check that out. API BE pipe base new. Line 138. Insertion signs. Where? Oh, no. $508. Here. What? On block broken. Connection sides. Block facing all faces of F dot opposite dot index. Okay. BE pipe base new, yeah. No ref exception. BE pipe base new. So somewhere in here. So either connection sides. Do I have a typo here? Okay, let's see. What does this actually do? BE pipe. Get block entity. Now, so pipe connected dot add position dot add copy all faces of F. Okay, let's just look at the logic here again. On block broken, pipes connected for if equals 0 to 5, which is all the sides. It's all 6 sides. If extraction sides of F, which means that side is an extraction. So we're looking at a pipe, and we're looking at if extraction sides of F, then we need to clean that up. Connection sides of F, which is pipe to pipe connections. Pipes connected dot add. So we're adding. Okay, so we have a list of what pipes we're connected to. Connection sides of F. So we disable the side, because this is if connection sides of F equals true. Then we set it to false. Then we grab the block entity, BE pipe base new, in that direction, right? Position.add copy of that face, block facing dot all faces of F. Okay. So let's say it's the north face, right? So F would be 0. All faces of 0 is north, so this add copy would go north 1 block. Grab that block, and then it was erroring on this line. And I know this is right. All faces dot opposite. So what this is doing is trying to grab the block. So I wonder with this bug, when I come by feet, load chunk, and try to break pipes. Yeah, the bulk of the text, the bulk of the text of the error is in like Polish or something. Declare the object on block broken. B pipe base new 508 at so 138 insertion sides. Why is this? Why is this? I don't even use 138. Block. Oh, block pipe base. That's why. It's in a different file. 138. Boom, right here. Pipe B does not equal null, then on block broken. It seems straightforward enough. Let me close some of the ones I don't need. The only thing I worry about is if B pipe is null, this could, like, doing this fix is kind of a band-aid fix and not advised. Because if this call runs and this gets the block entity of that face, right? So we're going to the next block and we're grabbing that block. The only way that I can foresee this happening, honest to God, is if the neighboring chunk isn't loaded. Right? So let's say you teleport into a block, or you teleport into your base in a chunk with a pipe. That pipe is connected to a pipe in a neighboring chunk, and in the milliseconds that you teleport in, the chunk you're standing in is loaded, and the first thing you do is break a pipe that isn't connected to the next chunk. Like, I don't know what case this happens. Why would this not see? So if BE pipe null, throw new when breaking pipe at position dot to local position of API. Pipe connection on base block facing dot all faces of F dot code face. Oh my. I'm trying to make the error more explicit into what the hell is going on, right? So when breaking pipe at position, and the to local position is, it changes the world, like the actual block position, to what you see in the UI. right? So that block position, when you have the map open or when your mini map is up and you see that position is predicated on your spawn position, not on the world position. That number, X and Z could be in the 500,000s depending on what your world settings are. So when breaking pipe at position, pipe connection on face north, whatever that face is, found a null pipe in that direction. Null pipe BE in that direction. Okay. I can't, the whole question mark dot connection size blah blah blah, right? This fix could eventually drive your world where all your pipes get corrupted, because it's removing a connection on one side but not the other, right? What I'm doing here, because there's two blocks, right? You have block A and block B that are pipes, and they're connected to one another. So you have the pipe connections. And you break one block, right? So that connection that it had, right, has to go away. That connection goes away. But this needs to go, okay, I want to grab that block and I want to remove its connection because it's no longer connected. And for some reason, when it looks at that block, right, you have the connections, you have the blocks, and you have the connection. When it looks at that block, I got to get my hands right here. This block we break. So when it looks at that block, what it's finding is nothing there. It's finding a null block entity. That shouldn't happen. Can you send a packet? There, you could, but remember, when we're in this call, in this very moment, both pipes are still there technically, right? We're in the process of breaking the block. This is on block broken, right? We're cleaning up data. This is why this is overridden. We're cleaning up all the data. We're communicating the block is breaking to all of our neighbors, right? We're dropping any inventory that we have, right? If we have an extraction side, we have to drop on node removed here. We have to drop the contents. We have to clean up the data before we remove the block, because once we remove it, it's gone. So all of this, the block is still there. So if we're in here and we tell the other block to revalidate itself, the connection is still there technically. The block is still there because that call would then run through that call and then come back and finish the on block broken, and nothing would change because it would see it. What I could possibly do to hack it would be to set the disconnection sides of F to true, which would say, hey, I am forcefully disconnecting this connection. Then if I update the neighbor block, it's going to go, oh, there's a pipe next to me, but its disconnected side is true, so I shouldn't connect. But I want to figure out, it would be better, technically speaking, to figure out how this is happening. I want to know exactly the setup and exactly how to reproduce this bug, because I've tested this. leaving the area, coming back, doing it from many directions, and I didn't run into this. So I don't know why that connected block entity, why that would be null. If indeed, because it was erring on this call, so it was erring because connection sides was likely null, or BE pipe was null. And if BE pipe is null, that's a huge problem. I need to know exactly why that's happening. I need a replication. I need to be able to reproduce this kinds of thing. So yeah, this should give me a much better error, and obviously we can test. I need to make sure that, yeah, there's the zip. The other thing I need to do is up the version. And go in here. Up the version. Okay, so that is, granted, I'm not fixing the crash, right? I'm not fixing the crash, but what I'm doing is capturing, I'm capturing and yeah. I'm printing out more details, because connection on face blah, found a no pipe BE is block entity in that direction. So yeah, and this is only specifically for pipe to pipe connections. This is not for a pipe connected to a machine. That would be an extraction side or an insert side. So that it's a different thing. We are checking the connection size F, right? So that shouldn't be null. Facing block or B pipe. Yeah, the connection sides of F here, right? This connection sides of F means it's true if it passes this, which means let's say if F is 0, that means we're looking at the north face, because we iterate through all the faces no matter what. So we're looking at all the faces. If the north face is true, that means we have a connection, a pipe to pipe connection to that face. There was as you were building it, it builds like that. So the connection side of F is true, means there's a valid pipe on that side and we're connected to it. Then we set it to false because we're overriding this. We're saying, nope, now we're going to disconnect that pipe. But then I grab the block entity. I grab the pipe in that direction. I say, take our position and add it to the north face. Because the position.add copy, you can send a block face object, which adds it to that direction. So I'm adding all faces of F, which is north, basically, in this example. In position, it's just adding to the north direction. And I want to grab that block entity. What is that block entity? Well, that block entity should not be null. If we are connected, it should not be null. But for some reason, this call was throwing null. A null ref. Connection sides, this is just a bool array that's initialized in the initial. It's initialized when the block is loaded. It's either initialized when it's placed, or it's initialized when the block is loaded off of disk. So connection sides as an object itself should never be null. So there should, it might be an empty bool array, but it should never be null. And I could use like a single byte and I just have bitwise flags. I could do that, but anyway, it's a lot more overhead to do something like that. Computers are more or less geared towards integers than, very low level bitwise operations on a single byte. Like it's more overhead to do that than it is just an array of bools, which are essentially an array of ints. It's a huge amount of wasted data. Trust me. Memory programmers have long since abandoned being very memory efficient. It's kind of lazy, but again, it's more overhead to try to do bitwise operations. Anyway, so this connection side should never be null. Block facing, all face, this should never be null, right? Block facing, this is all static. All faces of f dot opposite dot. These are all variables that are loaded when the game is loaded. So those would never be null. So the only thing that could have been null in this call was this. Right? If this was null, that means this call returned null, which is bad. Right? Returns null if there's no block entity at this position. That's bad. So, and then if for the pipes connected for each side, and then we have to do a huge amount of logic to basically separate and break apart the network. Because I redid all of this back in like February. No, each pipe has a block entity. Each pipe, right? Each block has a pipe block entity. And then Andrew, you're just trying to find out the issue. Yeah, The person who posted was very generic and said, when I come by feet, load chunk, and try to break pipes. There's very little to go on there, right? Having a very explicit, like, step-by-step, how do I replicate this? If it's replicatable. If this is a crash, or if this is a problem that's replicatable, I have a much easier time tracking down something that happened. Something happened with this. Now, it could have been any number of things, but the pipe system is, fairly complex. Set bytes. Connect sides. Disconnect sides. Insert sides. So yeah, the all of those variables are getting synced. All right, looking at chatting. The pipes themselves do not hold anything. The feature is modeled off of a mod for Minecraft called Pipes with a Z, which is an item of a mod that does transport, but does it in a way that tries to protect server performance. Right? Every feature of my mod, I've tried to do in a way that tries to protect server performance as much as possible. If you have pipes that are physically moving items down the line, that is a huge amount of work for the server to do, right? And I've seen people screenshots. People have gone crazy with the pipes. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pipes run all over the place, right? If every tick, those things were moving stacks of items from one to another to another to another, that's umpteen amounts of ticking block entities, right? Every pipe block entity would have to be actively ticking. That would be crushing to a game. Performance of the game would be obliterated. You just cannot simulate that many block entities every tick. You just can't. There's no way around it. And so the only thing that ticks with the pipe system, with my transport system, the only thing that actually ticks is the extraction nodes. So if you have an extraction node, that is actually ticking. None of the pipes are actually ticking. Just the extraction nodes. And the extraction nodes have a map of all of the insert nodes that they have access to. And depending on all of your settings for each extraction node, right? Are you nearest first, farthest first, round robin, random? Depending on those, how it manages that list. Okay? But each extraction node has its own version of that list, and it's ticking. But you could have 1,000 pipes in a system, one extraction node, and you're only ever ticking one thing. Right? So that's where the efficiency comes in. You cannot tick all of the pipes. It would just obliterate performance of a server. To the point of being unplayable pretty quickly. But yeah, it's based on the pipes, PIPEZ mod for Minecraft. That's how they do it. Actually, I have a couple efficiencies added to mine that it doesn't have. That mod is truly insane. I don't honestly know how. That mod, from what it looks like, every pipe tick, they walk the network and insert into, things. Every time that pipe ticks, it's running through all of the pipes that are connected, which is insane to me. So I sort of smoothed that rough edge by giving each extraction node its own copy of all of its insert nodes. And I just manage that through all the pipe interactions. So if you place a new pipe, and there are no connections, right? It doesn't automatically connect to a chest or another machine or anything like that. If there are no connections, you don't have to do anything, right? All of the other extraction nodes, they don't give a shit. They don't care if a pipe is placed and there are no connections. They don't care. But as soon as you place a pipe that has a connection, that gets broadcast up the network, right? I sweep up the network and I say, hey, here's another connection. Woo! And I update everybody. And I'm not saying that there aren't any bugs in there, right? There could be some weird edge case rare bugs that somebody runs into. But those I'll take in stride whenever they're found. But the system as it is fairly robust. I just don't know what the hell happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened with this call up here. So yeah, I'm really curious if somebody out there can replicate it. Server freezes several times when player build too many transport pipes and chests from better crates in one chunk and teleports there. This is a crash log when I come by feet, load chunk, and try to break pipes. Um, so he reports two things here. Server freeze several times, and then the crash log. I like how he says build too many transport pipes. He already says build too many. Build fewer. Okay. Let's see what other bug here. Fluid tanks losing contents. Okay. Let's right-clicking a fluid tank with another full fluid tank. Okay. Let me get this. Right-clicking a full fluid tank with another full fluid tank in your hands makes both tanks lose almost all their contents. Okay. I hate fluids. I hate block interactions with fluids with a passion. I hate them because of how the game manages them. Okay, so block fluid tank. On block interact start when the player right clicking on target. Targeting this. Okay. Source does not equal null. Okay, so we need to find out how this is happening. Yeah, okay. Block liquid container base. So try take content. That's the only thing. Okay. So, is this only with a full tank? Well, let's actually see. So let's debug. Give it a minute or two. Anytime now. Anytime now. Holy Moses. Looks Looks like I have some no textures on my fluid generator. Still, I thought I cleaned those up. Anyway, okay. Here we have all the gubbins. Now, what I want to do. Let's see. Let's hook up this back up. Just because I'm going to need a bunch of fluid in order to get this tested. Okay. So I need to know why. For one, the bounding box on this, I need to make better. So let's like knock this out here. Let's open assets, vintage, blocks, LV. That's not really liquid. No. Block types. No. Part. Pipes. Multi-block. LV. Fluid tank. There it is. Not really an LV, obviously, but why are JSONs loading in? JSON should be loading in this. I need to shrink down. Let's see. I think these are essentially 2 voxels or 1 voxel. Yeah, it looks like it's 1 voxel. Or maybe it's 2. It might be 2. So we can do X1. You have my cheat sheet here, my voxels. 0.125, 0.125, and then we want to go 0.875. 0.875. Okay, well, that will show us next time we load. Okay, so what we need to test then, let's put all this stuff away. Well, I need my food. Gotta get my cheese. Cheese. So, what the bug is, right, is right now there is 256,000 liters of crude oil, which is 256 blocks, or if you look at Minecraft, 256 buckets. Because a bucket of fluid in Minecraft is a full block, which is 1,000 liters. So that's the loose translation. That's the loose amount of material that we're talking about. Okay. So the bug is when you have a full tank and you right click a full tank, that you lose most you lose most of what you have. Okay, so we're gonna do a breakpoint here, and then right click this. Okay, so B tank position BE tank. So now BE tank should be something. Okay, by player, blah blah blah. That's fine. We're not holding a stick. We are holding a source. Allow contents to move. 256. Well, that would be actually 25 million. Yeah, 25,600,000 of the portions, right? Because liters and portions, it's 100 times more portions. Okay, so then we do stack size blah. To push, which is a dummy slot, contents to move. Okay. And then push to BE tank. Okay, push to does not equal null. Props capacity is 0. Num moved. Try take from. Okay, so this call, we need to bounce into item stack move operation. Requested quantity, not moved quantity. 256, or no, that's, yeah, 25.6 million. Return, try take from, we need to bounce into this. Can take from, return 0. Source slot. So return 0. Return 0. Num moved 0. If num moved greater than 0, boom. Okay, so this block wasn't at fault. So this block must be what's at fault. So sync true get content own item own content stack. Okay. Liquid stack for particles liters. Transfer size liters. Capacity liters. Oh. What? Sync. Excuse me. Capacity liters is 10. Block vintage fluid tank steel. Capacity liters. Where is the sync called? Sync. So that's the... How is that not being set right? The capacity liter should be 256, not 10. I hate fluids in this game. They're just so annoying. They're so annoying. So this will obviously be 10. And then it wants dry put liquid. Yeah, negative many. Yep. Okay, so that's a problem. Now what happens? I have 10 in here. What happens if I do this? Now it's empty, and this. Now it has 10 liters. Okay, so I wanted to gracefully exit. Okay, so now we've isolated it to here. But why capacity liters sink hotbar slot dot item stack dot collectible is I liquid sink. Peak definition. Set content, try put liquid. Transfer size liters. Where does the capacity liters I liquid sink? Is an I liquid interface. Capacity liters. Okay. Where is that set? I'm going to have to open my handy dandy trusty DN Spy. This is a really weird edge case. So I need to look at block liquid container base. Which is I liquid source, I liquid interface, I liquid sink, right? It's got all of them. Capacity liters from attributes, okay, equals 10. So can I set that value? This is in the block. I don't think there's an initialize here. So where is this value actually set? Let's do an analyze. Assigned by. Unloaded. Block barrel unloaded. Okay. Interesting. Let's actually open the block types again. So in my attributes here, capacity. So this sets the capacity of all the tanks, but this is a kind of a proprietary thing. But capacity is my value. So I don't think I have an onloaded here. No. So override onloaded. Okay. Whoa. That was the first time I saw that window. So onloaded, if this dot attributes, I have to move this to a different. Oh my, can we please not just assume I'm going to dock that in a certain way? So what I need to do, if this dot attributes does not equal null, this dot capacity liters from attributes equals float this dot attributes of capacity as int 15. I'm going to set it to 15. That way, I don't think any of my tanks are 15. Yeah. Capacity liters. How about 1500? Why not? Just because it's like, hey, if that number is 1500, then we have a problem. Now, any other values here? Empty shape, sealed shape, content shape, opaque liquid content shape. I'm already doing gen mesh. This is already working. I don't really want to touch that. Base.interactions. Interesting. I don't remember seeing this last time I was in this file. Yeah, it's a lot of specific calls. If object is watering can, if it's a linen, okay, unblock interact start. I don't know if you can tell I got a sunburn while I was out helping my dad. Drove out there on Monday, drove back on Thursday, spent most of that outside. So yeah, I got a little sunburn on my Okay, so at least we have this dot attributes. Okay, so maybe, possibly, capacity liters will be set like Now, let's try to run this again. Now, do I think this will fix it? I don't honestly know. I don't know if it will or not. So I'm going to set this here. And do another F5. Yeah, and I went 3 days without any coffee. That was rough. Okay, so let's test this. Float liters F10 moved. Can I please not run the event? There we go. So many times. So I can put it back. Why are you not running? Why are you not running? Well details. Found the well. Okay, well there's another bug that I just discovered. Why is the pump jack not initializing right? Anyway. Okay, so we can try then. If we grab that, put it into there, drop that, grab that, right click that, drop, and drop. So that fixed that bug. And you can see the bonding box is now the right size. So that was nice. So now we should be able to grab all that and put it in there. And grab that and put it in there. But now, why did the pump jack not initialize? Okay. So we fixed that and that. And we can go to block entity, multi-blocks, pump jack. Do. It's sleeping. That would be why. Well, validation delay. Power tick. Current power. Wait, 32? Okay, why isn't it getting any power? Validate well. On. Power tick. Current power. Still 32. Why is this not getting any power? Okay, I need to... This is NetID 19. Let me pause it. Go to electrical. Go to systems. Go to electric network. We need to find the update tick. We need to do condition. That will only, like, if I have other networks, which I do, I only want to see 19. So as soon as I click this, it should trigger it. Because even sleeping machines need to get power. So this might be a fundamental bug that I need to fix. Network power per tick is one. What? Yeah, I'm not initializing that right. That should skip that. Is sleeping false? The networks right now, the actual electric networks don't sleep. I don't have that really implemented yet. On extract power, we want to run to cursor. So total power in generator, we have plenty. Storage power is null. We don't have any. So total power offered is 784. So on receive power, we have no. What? On extract power. On receive power. Okay. So that would be Y. This pass-through was not initialized properly. Okay, so for each wire node and wire nodes. Oh, let's see. Electrical entity type pass-through. Pass-through entity. API.world.block. Why did it not? It didn't hit this at all. Pass through. Okay. We're going to do this. We're going to do a condition. Again, network ID 19. 19. making sure that memory is cleaned up. How is it not initializing this network? Is it the same ID? It's the same ID. Let's back all the way out. I don't understand what's happening. It's not initializing. It's not actually hitting my breakpoint. Right here. Which is weird. That's very, very strange. So did I wonder if I somewhere missed a call. Okay, electric network manager. Initialize networks. And this is called create network. It's getting the same ID, so that means it's all the nodes are loading in properly. Wire connected. These are all. This is all code that I wrote many moons ago. Yeah, electric network. So validate network. Where's my load? Initialize manager. That must be in the electrical network mod. Config. Save game loaded. Initialize networks. Yeah. Go to definition. Initialize networks. Network bytes. Loads the network in. Initialize network. Net value network ID. If the network ID is 0, it just deletes the network. Net.value.initialize network. Yeah, and then this initialize network Go to definition. Should hit this. Is fully loaded chunk. That might be what's doing it. Is fully loaded chunk. So oh man. It could be a chunk loading thing. Now, is there a way server chunk? I just want to see if there's any instances. Really? It's not used by anything? Or is it the interface that reports that? Used by... There it is. Berry bush, check grow. Block entity, fast forward growth. Interesting. Or world gym log is necessary used, but nope. So there's no case that I can find of the base game detecting if a chunk is loaded. So I'm going to remove this call and replace it. VE helpers dot loaded is chunk loaded. Node dot block position. And world. So you might be asking yourself, well, what's the difference? My version in my VE helpers class, my version is different because the base game's version, okay, the base game's version has this check here. Not add edge. Okay? So for some reason, when it checks to see if a chunk is loaded, it checks the chunk is not null, which is what this call is. Chunk is not null. But chunk dot not at edge means northeast, southwest, those chunks have to be loaded as well. Right? So it's not just the chunk you're checking, it's the neighboring chunks you're checking as well. I don't know why. I don't know what the significance of that is. Why is a chunk not considered loaded if it's not at the edge? Right? If it's at the edge, if a chunk is loaded but it's at the edge, it's still not fully loaded. I don't know why. Honest to God, I don't know why that call is in there. But what I want to test is only if it's actually loaded, right? Not at edge. Is checking neighbors loaded. There's very little documentation on this, but I don't understand um, why the significance. So is chunk loaded? I really wish there could be a delay between I might do not use server event asset finalizers. I should probably I'm not adding or updating behaviors. Let's see. Dot. Let's see. Let's see what our events are here. All the lightning bolts are all events. Try spawn entity. Player. Server resume. No. World Gen startup? No. I don't think that would be it. Dot player. Now playing. No. Dot world. Triggered when start up a world during. As the final stage of the world ready. Triggered when starting up World Gen during server startup. As the final stage of the world ready enum server run phase. I don't want server resume because I don't want it to run anytime like you pause and start. That would be bad. We can try World Gen startup. As the final stage of the world ready enum server run phase. Save game created, save game loaded. I don't know. We'll see. Let's try it. It should have triggered by now. Do I not have the network ID set? Initialized network. Okay, let me save and leave. We are going to do that. No condition. Boom. All nodes. Okay. Network ID 12. 14. 19. 4 nodes. Is chunk loaded? No. Literally what the hell is going on here? Are all the other networks, right? Network 12, all nodes 7. Yeah. None of the chunks are loaded yet. Okay. um Okay, how have I not run into this bug before? Have I just been not paying attention? We're calling the initialized network too early. Initialized networks, network ID bytes. We have to do that. But the actual initializing of the network, none of the chunks are loaded when we're running this. So what event this would be iServer event API. test blocks access delegate. Server event. I mean, there's a lot of them in here. Server event API, asset finalizers. Game world save, physics thread start, save game created, save game loaded, world gen startup. Physics thread start, I don't know. Core server event manager. Um, on, well, world gen startup, mod event manager. Server event manager. World gen startup. Okay. Okay, this is where, you know, those little texts that come in, a world unbroken, center employee, this is where those are defined. It's really funny. You can add your own. I've got actually a couple. I think I have the Angel Belt. I think the Angel Belt has one, these logger events. Okay, so run game ready, story event, run phase, mod event manager, enter run phase, world ready, save game loaded. So loaded assets, load assets, load game pre, game ready. So trigger world gen startup, run game. Starting server threads. So the run phase. Oh man. Trigger world gen startup is probably world ready, right? World gen startup. So I think I'm gonna have to um begin world ready. systems that hobby and world ready. Who overrides this? Server stage. Event API. Server stage world ready. This is weird that I've not run into this. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if they changed something. API. Let's do sappy.event.world ready. Okay. So this initialized networks. This is such a fundamental change to this object. It's making me nervous. Why have I not run into this problem before? I don't understand. Unless they unless they shuffled the the order of which blocks and stuff are loaded in the world. They did change stuff with World Gen. Because they took World Gen and they pulled it out into like the Essentials mod. I believe. Because they wanted the World Gen to be accessible with things other than the survival, because they have a team. Tyrone has a team working on a new game mode, and I think they needed access to the World Gen, which was located in the survival like the survival part, and so they pulled that out, I believe. So I think they did change something to do with this. But then we need to go to the manager, and this call here, we need to be able to call initialized networks separate from this call here. Okay. Because yeah. So this now needs to be called after World Gen thread starts. Okay, so then we need to call public void I mean, I guess initialize networks like this. And then networks equals networks, blah, blah, blah. If networks dot count greater or equals 0, return. If yeah. So we want to make sure we have networks, because remember, somebody starts a fresh world, they're not going to have any networks in there, so we don't want to try to initialize any networks that don't exist. So then we do a for each key value pair long electric network pair in networks. Initialize networks blah, 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 blah. I don't know how else to. What would I name this? It's initializing the networks. It's 100% initializing the networks. But it's initializing the networks after loaded or something like that. I don't like really long verbose function names, but I guess we're going to have to deal with it. So we want to do pair.value.initialize network. Okay. So we're calling this, but we have to delay it. So we come back here, event worldgen startup. The final stage of world ready. And then we need to do manager dot initialize networks after loaded. Late in it? I mean, that might be better. So yeah, let's go back to electric networks. These conditions, condition expression. Well, I don't have that, but this conditional expression is here. So this initialize networks after loaded, it should load them, right? I have to initialize this when we load because I have to grab the network bytes, right? I have to grab that raw data from the game save, and then initialize the objects, right? Serialize your utility, like basically deserialize those objects into their appropriate things, and then I have to initialize them later. So let's build, make sure it builds. sorry, but why didn't it run? Or somehow this is getting power. That's empty. That's empty. That's one of the reasons why we're so empty. Why? I'm at a complete loss. Why is this not initializing properly? This is very bizarre. Okay, so let's F11. We have 3 networks. Pair dot value. Network ID is 12. 7 nodes. Okay, F11. What just happened? What just happened? The hell? What? What did I do? I don't know what I did. Single player. Test world. Starting world generators. Boom. F11. F11. Node. It's not loaded. API.world.block_accessor.getBlock node dot block position. Node dot block position. It says node does not exist in the current context. Really? There it is. Block error. Okay, how about get block entity? No. Fair enough. how the hell do I get around this? Okay. Now we're going to... we have reached the moment where we do a Hail Mary to try to fix this. Okay? This is the moment of the Hail Mary, because I don't know what's going on. Why there is no event, right? This is obviously not the right event, because the blocks are still null. World Gen Startup is not the right one. Right? So at what point asset finalizers, I don't think this is it. Survey event at asset finalizers, asset finalizer. You add a chunk ID to the network save data, and then the chunk load event do the initialize. Well, there are a couple ways. There would be a couple vectors to try to solve it, but a network is going to be in multiple chunks, right? You're not going to have a singular chunk ID, right? And you would also have the ability to have many networks in a chunk. So that is not really what I was thinking of here. On player disconnect. Oh my God. What I need is I need something akin to world fully loaded, right? Like terrain, like blocks fully loaded or something like that. That's what I need, right? I need something that's like, hey, everything is loaded. Click on the right thing here. Can place or block. I don't know. That might be a permission thing, and not 100%. Chunk column loaded. That's not really what I'm looking for. Chunk column unloaded. Chunk dirty. Because if you take the chunk loaded, right? Chunk column loaded. Well, that's gonna fire every time a chunk is loaded, right? And so if you're navigating I need something that's like the world is loaded and ready to go. Yeah, cat. The lap goblin is back. She was very, very sad. She missed me while I was gone. Spending 3 days apart was just too much. She was sad. She was a sad lab goblin. Yeah. 3 days apart was just too many. So, God, my voice. So like on player load, that's not a good one either because again, multiplayer servers, you're gonna have people loading and unloading all the time. So like, what I think I'm gonna need to do in order to solve this in a permanent way, we are going to remove this. And we are going to remove this. Electric network. Is dirty. We're going to use the dirty. I've already got it. I've already got the value in here. Okay. So, what we're going to do is, unfortunately, we have to set is dirty. And we're referencing this. Oh, it's a self-reference. So the actual value, the private value is dirty. The public field is fine. But when we initialize the networks, right? We're going to set the dirtiness to true. Okay. And the network, we need to if is dirty, initialize network. Okay. Okay. So, again, a network could be loaded in where part of that network is not loaded yet. Okay? If somebody builds a giant network, which is possible, you could build networks that span many, 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 many chunks. So I'm trying to fix this in a way that still allows for that, where some of the network is loaded and some of the network is not loaded. It adds more overhead, unfortunately. Right? It adds more overhead, which There's no way around. I don't know of a way around this. If you look at mechanical power mod, and there is event chunk dirty. Look like it checks to see if the chunk is loaded yet. The chunk dirty, right, is an event that's run anytime you place or break something in a chunk. Okay, so that call is it's costly. Performance-wise, it's costly because again, every time you place a block in a chunk, it's gonna mark it dirty. Because a chunk that's marked dirty, that is how the game decides what to save, right? How do you save something? If a block in a chunk is marked dirty, right? If a machine is marked dirty, boom, the chunk is dirty. If you place or break a block, the chunk is dirty. So that event is called a lot. So I'm trying to minimize the amount of shenanigans. So I want to see unloaded nodes. Okay, so when we get past this, if unloaded nodes greater than 0 is dirty equals true. Else is dirty equals false. Okay. So in my update tick, if is dirty, or is dirty is true, initialize the network. Comes up here, processes all the nodes. This is why I have it remove and then add, right? Because if there's already a bunch of nodes that are in there, this will just remove them and re-add them. But if there's any new nodes, when it goes to remove them, it won't exist. So it'd be like there's nothing to do, just ignore it, but then it adds it. So if chunks are loading in that are part of the network, all of the all nodes here is a list that is very rarely modified. It's when you physically wire nodes together or you break connections. That's where the all nodes is. When a chunk unloads, that all nodes is not touched, right? The things leave the network, but it doesn't remove it's still part of the network. It's just not loaded, right? So it's still dirty in that case, but as the game is playing, I automatically remove those functions on the remove function, on the remove calls, right? So there's a leave. So this automatically removes, right, the thing from that call. And so I don't need to mark it dirty, right? The network isn't dirty because you leave the network, right, when you're unloaded. Somewhere in here. Yeah. So there's that if permanently there is if a block is broken, then it removes it. But if not, it just says, just leave. Just we're not part of the network anymore. So don't try to call. Now removing a node is definitely something that you can do. But the all nodes is basically give me everything that's in this network is part of the all nodes. If a chunk is unloaded, it doesn't mess with that function. But if a chunk is unloaded, it will automatically leave. So the dirtiness of a network applies when it's loaded from disk almost exclusively, because as the game is running, that the dirtiness doesn't matter. So because it's automatically taken care of as you leave, or as you unload and load chunks, it's automatically managing itself. It's just when you load the world, for some reason the actual blocks were not loaded yet. So this is a call to say, hey, if we have unloaded nodes, keep me dirty, right? Keep me dirty until such a time as all the nodes are called. So let's see. Oh, then we have to let's do a quick check. Unreceived power. Total power offered, invoke. Which is going to be receive power. So if we go to the behavior and receive power, student said off, it's not going to be off. Okay, so this should be able to get power even if it's sleeping. Okay. Cross your fingers, everybody. There it is. Entity is null. Pass through. Get core. Get core returned false. Core position. Up. V power up. MB core is null. Oh my. I keep fat fingering keys. Get offset. Can I please highlight? Thank you. One minus 2. $14.76. Okay. Entity. Wire relay, power up. Network ID 12. $14. $19. Fluid generator. Producer. Entity. Connector. Boom. Entity. Pump jack. Receive power. Unloaded nodes is 0. Is dirty equals false. There it is. Oh. It always feels good to solve a bug. So I just want to verify that I solved this bug. If we have a full and a full, right? And we right click it, full and full. So that's fixed. So these, one of these. Yep. This is only 500 power per second, I think. Yeah. So this is more than enough power. But my oil processing here, I need... Where's my bucket? Where's my bucket? I know I have a bucket around here somewhere. There it is. There we go. Now power is going strong. Okay, that hopefully fixes an odd bug that was introduced. I want to say that was introduced in this version, because I don't remember running into that in the past. So somebody also is trying to tell me that the distillation tower doesn't work, or they're having trouble forming it. Okay. I really need to make a trash can. It would be so easy to do too, but I mean, easy is relative, but okay. Let's do so here's an east, boink. Okay, and a south, boink. Now I'm going to break them, which forms them. I'm going to break the ladders, and we're going to interact with that. So you can see this thing is saying, hey, place that, smack it again. Hey, look at that. Place it again, smack it again, place it again, smack it again, and it forms. Let's check. Okay, smack it, Now, if we place it wrong and smack it, it's saying, hey, it's wrong. Okay. Place it right. It moves it up. So that does indeed work. Some people might just misunderstand that you have to interact with the block for every... It doesn't automatically detect that you placed a block there. It's a very simple system. It does not hold your hand. Let me just put it that way. It doesn't hold your hand. Okay, so sheet metal. Iron sheet. Yeah, somebody obviously was like, hey, we can't make iron sheet or sheet metal, right? Which is a pretty fundamental thing to build stuff and things with. Okay. So, sheets are in here. There's just no recipe for them. Okay. So, there's nothing that actually uses these, but it's definitely part of the base game. I'm not sure if somebody knows what these are for, if they're just in here. So what I can do is in the metal press, we can create a way to make these, but it depends on what the metal value is of these, because there's not a recipe to make them. So we don't have to look at we're gonna have to look at a way to make those. So let's eat some cheese. Now, because when I release this, I'm gonna, because of these bugs, I need to release a new version. Usually I wait until the end of the month, but obviously these are pretty important things to fix, because I do want people to test, distillation and all of this, and if you can't actually build the damn thing because the sheet metal doesn't exist, that's a problem. So first things first, we're going to set up a recipe grid, right, for let's do deco, maybe sheet metal. Okay, and then we're going to do S blank S, MMM, S blank S, S, M. Let's see. So S is the screws. M is going to be metal sheet iron. Vintage engineering. I have to actually look up what I called it. Block block types, multi-block, maybe deco? Scaffold, treated wood, part, multi-block, sheet metal. VE sheet metal, specifically. VE sheet metal, iron. Quantity, let's make 2. I'll be easy on y'all. Make 2 at a time. So we could genericize this. But let's do this. Screw steel. Metal sheet steel. VE sheet metal steel. Okay. And then temporal steel. Temporal steel sheet metal would have to be metal sheet temporal steel temporal steel. Right? But now we need to define metal sheet temporal steel. And we need to verify that is the right thing. So let's look at vintage story, assets, survival, item types, resource, metal. Are they blocks? Metal sheet. They are blocks. Metal sheet. Block metal sheet. Metal is the texture. So, textures, block, metal, sheet. Okay. So, if we want, we need to go here, textures, block, new, folder, metal, new, folder, sheet. You have to match. What I'm looking at is this textures. Okay. This is assuming the game domain. Now, I could JSON patch this and get all sort of shenanigans with it. Textures by type, etc., etc., etc. Right? I'm going to patch it to include load from properties, right? The variant groups. I'm going to need to add one of these into here, right? I don't know. It's weird that there's no label here, right? Code. So I'm not sure if load from properties automatically puts a code in. Yeah, I'm not sure. But this textures block metal sheet. Now I've got textures block metal sheet. Now I just need to find textures block. That's charged. I don't need that. Temporal steel. And then just put this in here. And now we have temporal steel in sheet form. Okay. And then I can do a patch. Maybe. Or, I mean, I could just essentially copy this metal sheet and then load from properties. Instead of that, just do the type, but I'm not really sure. Metal sheet, copper, brass, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it's literally 1-to-1. A metal sheet is 1 ingot. So, oh man. See, I wanted to get to starting to model. I wanted to start modeling the chemical plant, which is the last big fluid thing that I need to model. Which is going to take me a while. It's going to take me a bit of time to model that. Not to mention all the code and stuff that goes with it. So, yeah, I guess I would need to know what the hell that load from properties does. So let's look at block metal in the generic properties. So if that's in, get out of textures, we're at world properties, block metal here. Right, that's what that load from properties does. Load from properties, block metal, is world properties, block metal. So if we load that, code is metal. Okay? So, in here, we have all of these values. Quench. Oh man, they added a ton of stuff into this. I don't know if there's a way to modify this thing. That would be a really interesting. That would be really interesting to be able to do. The problem is that would cascade to everything that loads these properties, right? Including ingots and all sorts. So let's, for now, right, leave off the recipe for the temporal steel sheet. Okay. So this one here, we want to leave off. Because otherwise it's going to throw errors and stuff when I try to load it. So this should allow us to craft the sheet metal with the sheet. Right? Now we need to be able to craft the sheet. So we can go to item types, VE press mold, open. We want to plate, gear, nails, sheet. And again, a modder can do this with JSON patches. You just patch the items that you need to patch. Okay. Shape by type. Sheet. Sheet mold. Textures. There shouldn't be a null there, but I think I do that. And then durability, well, durability doesn't matter because we're not changing what it's made from. We're adding a variant. Okay, so shape by type, sheet mold. So then we look at shapes, item, parts. Cat, what do you want? Plate mold would probably be the best to start with. Sheet mold. And then we open that. In the model editor. Yeah, Cat, you're just a lap goblin. That's all you are. Block. No, shapes. Item. Sheet mold. Okay. Very simple. Very, very simple. Then we need to add smithing recipe. Man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know what the maximum size is. I think it would have to be 16 by 16, right? That's how many voxels in a space? So either I edit the plate, keep the sheet like this, okay. God damn it. Control C. Why do my fingers always do that? Um, yeah, the die counts are smaller. So if plates, I thicken up two of the edges, and then sheets are... Because if I make it bigger, it's going to be really, really hard to smith. Like, really hard to smith. And you make this from an ingot, not a plate. Because if I make it from a plate... Yeah. I mean, I could... Loose. I feel that tail twitching down there. BE press mold sheet metal. So a slight change of the metal plate version Not that it matters, because I think you have to, when you place the ingot down on the anvil, you have to select what you're making. It doesn't decide for you, but if I made the walls double thick, there would be a very little inside. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I reverse this? Oh, right. Should I take that and then go over here and add two notches to make it even bigger? So it'd be 11 by 11 voxels. It would be huge. So we'll do that. 2, 1, 2. That's huge. And then go to here, recipes, metal press. Wrong editor. I don't know why that was remapped. Fucking Windows. Basic metal sheet. Advanced metal sheet. Sheet. Ingot, metal. So all of your soft metals can be made with tin bronze, right? We also have to make sure this is block, metal sheet, block, metal sheet. And the requires temp -1 is all that does when it's -1 is default to whatever the workable temp is of the metal. So it just takes it. Okay, so the problem with how I did this is if mods come in and add a bunch of metals, they would need to patch these files because I'm explicitly saying, hey, just do these. So like tin bronze can do all the softer metals, copper, tin, lead, gold even. Gold is a soft metal, same as silver, brass. But then the advanced one is the harder iron, steel, titanium. Those can do not only the first batch, but they can also do all of the much harder metals. It's just the way that I did that. Requires durability, that's fine, enabled. So metal sheet. Game metal sheet steel. VE press mold, I think I have that. Metal sheets is the recipe. Metal sheet metal. Okay. It's going to be a tricky thing to build. And I think you can, rather than use an ingot, I think when it comes to smithing, you could start with metal plate. I think that is possible. It's just like what this is kind of defines what metals are allowed to make this thing. I think that's all that does. The voxels you add to it are independent. So VE press mold sheet metal, advanced metal sheet. Okay, I think that is good. This is set to block. I always get this mixed up, but this is the metal press mold sheet. Okay, so this is now going to allow you to make sheets. With one ingot, because that's just how we roll. This shouldn't change. Sheet metal. Now we have the ability to craft metal sheet. And this I don't need open anymore. Let's go to the language. Go into here. VE press mold sheet. Come on. My fingers are just hitting the wrong keys. Sheet. Metal sheet mold. Use in a metal press to make metal sheets. Sheets are used to make sheet metal. Sheet metal blocks. Okay. Now, with all of that, well, the other thing I need to do really quick, minimize all the shit. Open shapes, block, multi-block, machine, fluid generator. I have somehow missed there it is. Down enabled. Down enabled. Another one. we want transparent render pass. That's good. That's what we wanted. I'm looking for, obviously, faces that don't have a texture. Okay. So now we can save that and close it. Because anytime you load it, it was throwing a bunch of like, hey, I don't know what this texture is, right? It's a null texture. So just to get rid of all those errors in the log, you just disable all the faces. This is why I would love a, disable untextured faces menu option to just do that to the whole file all at once. But, dream in one hand, do stuff in the other, and see which one fills up first. Okay. Now let's see. Watch my log files here. I saw a bunch. Stop. Oh my God. I don't know why the people who make tools like this, if I'm scrolling up and I'm looking at text, anytime a new line is added, don't reset the... failed resolving a block drop or smelted stack with code, metal sheet. There's a mousey over here. Of course, it's mousey. I had to dig these out from under my stove. All three mousies she had shoved underneath the stove. Okay. Lucky I got a little grabber thing that goes on and grabs them out because I knew she was gonna do that. Okay, so failed resolving a block drop or smelted stack with code game metal sheet. What? In metal press recipe. Failed resolving a block drop sheet. Metal sheet iron down. So give block metal sheet iron down 10. Okay. How about sideways? Oh, you can do it sideways. Nice. Very, very shiny. Okay. So you can clad your buildings. Failed resolving a block drop or smelted stack with code in metal press recipe. Metal sheet gold. Why? If we look at mold. Plate mold, sheet metal mold. Well, that works. Yeah, you're way the hell over there. You have to bring the mousey back. This equation is very simple. Okay. Why did it not like failed resolving a block drop or smelted stack? Oh. Okay. Close. exit right. Let's close that. We recipes, metal press, metal sheets, metal down, right. Lock types, metal, sheet. Yeah. Northeast, southwest, up, down. But where is... There's no drop. Ow. Man, am I going to have to trim your back nails? They're getting just so bad. I don't know why. Suddenly. Yeah, there's nothing in here that dictates when it's broken, drop the down version. Yeah. Unless it's in this. Okay. It drops. Down. Yep. Right there. Why would they do that in code and not in JSON? Why? Why? Right? Why? It's weird. Why would they do this? Why would they do the drops in the code here and not in the JSON? I don't understand. Can block stay? It's weird. Anyway, that's what I did should fix it though. So let's go see. Oh. Contains an ingredient. Cannot be resolved. Game metal sheet iron. Okay. I forgot. That's a grid recipe. Multi-block. Deco. What? There it is. Sheet metal. Metal, sheet, iron, down. Metal, sheet, steel, down. And it's a block. And it's a block. All right, so now it's detecting, hey, we can make it in a metal press. I still haven't figured out a way to indicate which like mold and like what other information to put in here. It's going to be a little bit of a shenanigans to do that, but no. Yeah, this isn't there because of I made a mistake. It needed to be referenced as down and a block. So now it should be, I should have no errors. Don't see any errors. Oh God, come on. I don't know why it has to load everything twice. It loads everything twice. Oh, it's not loaded yet. There it is. Sheet metal. There it is. Iron sheet, iron screw, steel sheet, steel screw. Obviously temporal is not in here. Right? This is not done yet. So plus it's a really ugly, that's an ugly texture. Oh God. So ugly. But now you're able to actually craft, right? So this is a minimum of like three and a quarter, like you're able to make quite a lot of screws with the extruder. So screws are a little less concerning. But there's a minimum of 3 ingots makes 2 metal sheet blocks, which I think it's expensive, especially when you're building something like that. Right? Hundreds of ingots. But that's on purpose, literally. Like it's what it was meant to be is very, very expensive. Those were just for examples. Okay, so one thing to probably just validate, give block, Mint Engineering, BE Metal Press North here. You can go out into there. There it is. It gets power. When you hook up a machine like that, it's sleeping. But it's getting power. It's just not updating the client, right? So you just have to wait a couple seconds. As you can see, power is now 1,000. So it's one of the performance things that I've done in the mod is it tries to be very protective of server performance, which means I can't spam clients constantly with updates. It's just not feasible. Sheet. Give item. Vent engineering. PE press mold. Sheet. Iron. Okay, this should go in here. And you can see it in there. So if I put a give item ingot lead, if I put a lead ingot in there, is it going to just straight up input not hot enough? Okay. Let's grab this. Oh, god damn it. Oh, I should not have my damn World Eater in my hand when I'm running around testing this stuff. Oh, man. You have no idea how many times I've done that. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. The World Eater should not be allowed to do that. Do not use things that break more than one block when you're messing around with machines, wiring, or multi-blocks. Number one thing, do not do that. So, what I want to do I have a set of tongs? Tongs. Hey, look at that. We have actually metal tongs now. Give item tongs metal standard steel. Okay, and then do a lead ingot in here. Temperature 52 degrees. It's saying it's not hot enough. What is happening right now? Game block. Is lead sheet. Okay. So let's try give item ingot iron. Why is this block metal? Why is that not reporting the right thing? Now, is that going to be still super hot? No. Interesting. When I make that, it's the localization is not working. So if I go into, I just want to see, this might be a base game issue. Block entity, metal press, which is funny because the metal press is the oldest machine in the game. It's the very first machine that I made, and it originally was the test machine. If anybody remembers way back, some of my very first screenshot was two things that looked like presents, right? Like wrapped presents. One of those was the metal press, but it was marked as test machine. But it was the metal press. So the metal press has been around a very, very long time. So get block info. Actually, no, this would be the GUI metal press. Okay, would be get dynamic text, get help text. So crafting current recipe, outputs of 0, resolved item stack, get lang code. Okay. So we're gonna drop one of these in here, and then we already have a breakpoint there. So put that in here. Okay. So output stack, metal sheet iron down. Okay. So lang code is game. Output stack .collectible .item class .toString .toLower invariant. Okay, so lang code plus block. Output stack metal sheet iron down. Current recipe, outputs of 0. Resolved item stack. What is this? Stack size. Lang.get lang code. Block metal sheet iron down. I want to say, let's hit F5 on this. Right? This thing cooled off in that amount of time. Oh, I need to use the bathroom. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, I think there is a better way of doing this. If we do let's just comment out this and do that. Okay. Now we want current recipe dot outputs of 0 dot resolved item stack dot name get name. Okay. I think it's get name dot get. Yeah. Okay. Let's hot reload. Come back in here. Reheat this. Put it in here. Hey, there it is. Crafting 1 iron sheet. Excellent. Boink. Boink. And now it is good to go. And then if we look at this, you can see ingredient 4, there it is. So, now we have a way, mod specific, of making the metal sheets. Shiny. All the metal sheets, actually. So you can do all of these. Okay, I think, aside from that weird issue with pipes the guy mentioned, so let's just head out a long ways away. So the chunk, the chunk is insured to unload, right? I want to make sure this area here is unloaded. So we're going to fly very fast. This is why I have an angel belt, by the way, because, oh my god, this would be a nightmare if I didn't have it. Ooh, is that another? Oh. Why is that in water? That 100% should not be in the middle of water. What the hell? Do I have a bug? I must have a bug. Because this should not be in water. 100%. Should not be in water. Well, I'm going to have to worry about that later. Okay. So I think all that stuff over here is completely unloaded. Okay. The chunks have been saved. I need to reset my modifiers so I'm not flying like Superman. And then I need to do TPWP home. Okay. And breaking pipes works. I don't really want to break these because, well, these I can break here. So it's not throwing errors. If we look at this, you can see inserts are 0. Right? So that properly severed that connection. And then if we add that back, you can see inserts, or no, pushes. Pushes are now 7. The inserts is in this block space, so that's why I misread that. Pushes is 7, right? So you have all 7 of these ready to go. And we are going to need this, and let's put the we need, where are my item pipes? There they are. Seven pushes. Now these are all, I have all of these subnetted. Empty hand, right? LPG is subnetted to this LPG. The subnet system is new, right? So I'm sure there are people out there playing with it. And figuring out all the different things you can do with it. Because, yeah, it's a pretty powerful feature for as simple as it is. Because you can have a subnet system where you can have more than one thing dumping into a single place, like a chest. Because the subnet of the insert matches any of the subnets of the extract. So if you had an extract subnet to A, just the letter A, it would match any insert with the letter A in it. All it would need is the letter A, and it would match the insert. So you can have A, AB, AC, BC, and it would match the two with A's. You know, A and AB. It would match both of those, and it would be able to put in both of those. Right? So you could do a round robin subnetted to A, and it would insert into both of those back and forth. But it would ignore the BC because it doesn't have an A in it. And that's how the subnet system works. It matches any of the subnet of the insert node, any of that text. Right? The more complex or the more simple the subnet of the extract node, the more it'll match subnets of the insert nodes, right? So you can actually set insert subnets now. It's not a filter, right? So in the case of a chest, it's not going to filter based on what the subnet is. It's going to limit what insert nodes it attaches to. Because if a subnet is set on an extract node, it will ignore a subnet or an empty subnet on an insert node. An empty subnet, it won't insert into. There has to be a subnet on an insert node if the extraction node has a subnet. If the extraction node does not have a subnet, it will ignore the insert subnets. Right? So it's just one of those like little quirky things. Oh, did we run out of power on one of these? Oh, we did. Where's my bucket? There it is. Now, normally you'd probably want to push the fuels, right? Each one of these types of fuels, if you wanted to burn them, you'd probably have them go into a generator, and so you don't have to mess about with filling these yourself. But I'm just for testing. I just want to make sure these are all like able to run. So power should be slowly climbing higher and higher now. Again, the clients are not updated in real time. Okay, the electric network is ticking 4 times a second. The machine is ticking 10 times a second. But the client is only updated every half a second, so twice a second, right? So you're getting snapshots of the state of the machines, because doing it any other way would just flood the updates. It would just flood them, and I don't want to do that. It would just be catastrophic, especially on servers where you're trying to protect bandwidth. If you have bandwidth limitations. But okay, we have at least built a way to detect or get more information on possible pipe shenanigans. Okay, with the explicit exception, I am not able to duplicate this. I literally followed the instructions. I went way far away, had everything unload, teleported back right to the middle of the base, and broke a bunch of pipes, and there was no errors. Okay, so until or unless somebody can give me explicit reproduction of the thing, and ensure that it's not a mod conflict. If there's a mod conflict, because the guy who posted it had like 60 other mods loaded, so it's like, oh, that could be a problem. So it's one of those like tentative things. How do you manage the possible conflicts with 60? I can't download and test with all those goddamn mods. There's no way I'm going to be able to do that. I don't have the patience for that. I have enough stuff on my plate. So for now, if the exception is thrown, right, it should give more information as to like the face, the block position, like explicitly what's going on. Otherwise, like, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. So we're gonna rebuild that, and I'll put this version out tonight after the stream, as a bug fix version, because I needed to get the sheet metal thing out and about. Right, I had to get that done. So the next thing we're going to do is look at modeling, or starting to model. The machine is so freaking large that there is no way that we're going to be able to do the whole thing in one shot today. No way, no how. It's not going to happen. So first things first, let's do a new 16 by 16 by 16 face. We want image, import, block, reference, apply, copy, paste. There's my reference block. We are going to save this shapes block multi-block machine. This is going to be chemical plant chemical plant. Okay. Now I need to find my screenshot. Where would that be? CurseForge. Minecraft instances, screenshots. Let's open this one. Let's see. I don't know this tool very well. Where's my crop? Oh, edit. There we go. Crop. Save. Now I can zoom in. Let's do this. Okay. So the big issue with this thing, and I can pull up a side-by-side with the immersive petroleum distillation tower. So this is the immersive petroleum distillation tower. Ours is obviously much bigger than this. We are, instead of being 4x4 by, I don't know how many this is, maybe 10, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14-ish, 14, 15 blocks tall. Ours is much taller. Would be 6 times 3 plus 5. So 23 blocks tall, which is roughly what this one is, right? The Chem plan is almost as tall, and we may fiddle with kind of how this looks a little bit. Maybe we'll see. So yeah, let's get this started. And then what we're really limited right now on is the input. We have to have a fluid input, or no, we have to have 2 fluid inputs. We have to have a possible item input. We have to have a fluid, one or more fluid out. I'm on the fence about this. Fluid output and an item output. Okay. Because I really want to leave this. I want to leave the ability for this to really be able to have a lot of variation with the recipes. So I have the freedom to do shenanigans with it, but other modders would have they would be able to add recipes to it and expand its capabilities. Nobody's really shown a lot of interest in doing that yet, but I'm hoping down the road somebody jumps on that. So this thing is going to be pretty involved. Now, again, I'm open to feedback on this. For the fluid output, okay, what I can do is I can allow for any number of fluid outputs, but only have one fluid output thing, okay? Which would mean it would basically pull fluid in a priority basis, right? Let's say we have 3 fluid output slots, okay? 3 slots, internal slots for fluid output, but only one fluid output, connectable thing, right? Sort of like what this is. This is the fluid output right here. The blue, I believe, is output. I I'm fairly sure blue is output. So we have one fluid output port, but 3 slots. So what would happen is it would pull from the first one until it was empty, then it would pull from the second one until it was empty, and then it would pull from the third one until it was empty. Right? But at any time during that process, it would look at the first one, the second one, and then the third one, and then pull. First one, second one, third one, pull. Every action which would try to grab, hey, what slot should I pull from, is going to go through that list. Okay? Fluid input is a little bit trickier because I would have to... Yeah, fluid input is going to need 2 different ports. What I'm not able to do is, right now anyway, I don't have any code to differentiate what position the pipe is in relation to the core, right? I can't detect, right? I could 100% have 2 ports like this, okay? But it would make no difference. Because I'm not differential, like this port and this port, there is no communication to the core of where, like, which one is which. Because that would require a whole bunch more overhead to the multi-block system, which I didn't want to do right away. So it was like, I wanted to get it working, I wanted to get it functional, and worry about the rest later. Because it's like I needed to get something working. So this is the last. This machine here is the last big machine for the oil processing process, right? It's the last thing that has to be done. It's not the last multi-block. It's just, as far as the oil plot arc, if this were a story, right? The oil plot arc, this machine is the culmination of everything. Is like, this thing is going to be really, really powerful and give you the ability to crack down some of the other materials and give you even more materials that will then carry you into the HV tier, the next tier of things, which we're not going to start right. Like, we've got a few other machines to do before we get to that point. But this is, as far as the oil plot arc for the mod. This is the final act here, is this big giant machine. And so if I look at this thing is 4, 8, 9 blocks wide and probably 5 blocks deep. Let's see if I have a side. I do have a side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 blocks. So it's 9 blocks wide, 5 blocks deep. Whew. This is going to be a big boy. This is going to be such a monster of machine. Here is a close-up of the internals. Not really sure what to think about that, but we'll get to that in a second. Let's get this started. So always build like facing north, right? So this is my thing, facing north. Let's see. Let me check up on chat here. Kind of an old message. Were you able to use the ore generation system to make mantle ores at the bottom of the like ore? Mechanics. I don't know if you're still around, Pav, but if you go to the bottom of a well, there's a block down there, right? Crude oil source block. That source block is, right, the deep oil that you're pumping. It's basically how Buildcraft worked, and it's the block. It has a block entity that keeps track of how much oil it has. When the thing is generated, when it places that oil well block in the world, it randomly selects a number of oil blocks inside of it, and then that's what the pump jack. The pump jack is communicating with that block and directly pumping from that block, right? And so that block, as the pump jack pumps out, that the amount of oil is in that crude oil source reduces, right, until it hits zero, and then the pump jack can get a trickle of oil from that. But it's essentially how the Buildcraft system worked way back in the day. I had a lot of fun pumping oil and stuff with the Buildcraft system, so that's kind of what I emulated. Okay, so if we look at this cube here, I want this thing to, well, let's just do ref, and then do this, and then we're gonna hide the reference. And then this cube will be 16 by 6 by 16. And then the face will be cleared. Okay. Now I want to do the bottom image import, cast iron, apply. And the top, do I have a good view of that? That's really deep in there. I don't think. It's just kind of generic metal plate. Import. Okay. Base 1. So now we want to move this. Remember, this is going to be 5 deep, 9 across. So we want this one to back up negative. We want this to back up 4 blocks. Negative 64. And then we want it back 2 blocks. So negative 32. Okay. And then we're going to duplicate it. Move it down 16. Duplicate that. Move it down 32. Duplicate it again. 48. One more. 64. Okay, so that's 5. So you have this one, and you have 2 on either side. Now, the smart person would eliminate the faces that I don't need before I copy and paste this whole thing. So let's I have to stretch this down. Let's eliminate north, east, south, and west on all of these. I should have done this before I did this. And I'm just going to have to re-enable the few faces that I need again. It would be a lot easier to re-enable the finite number of faces than to disable these after I copy and paste this 8 times. Okay. The other thing I want to do is I want this to be squished. I want it to be like 2 voxels in. Just this is the base, right? I want to like 2 voxels in, just so it gives us a little bit of feeling of depth and stuff when we do the other parts of it. And it gives us some detail to work with. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go back to cube. Should I do that now? Yeah, let's do that now. So voxel size on the red. Oh, why is my origin? God damn it. Why is my origin way over here? Zero 32 0 48 0 64. There we go. Basically, now that this is basically where we want it, we want to move it, we want to shrink it down to bump it up. Damn it. Okay. The fact that I've based all of these right on the let's do that. This will allow me to do voxel size, bump it up. Okay, and the same with this. I can just move this down to, and now it's shrunk 2 on either, like 2 on the top and 2 on the bottom. What I want to do then is take this. Well, yeah. These are all the right size. This one is shrunk a little bit. So now let's rebase these. And then we're going to copy this. Why do you not automatically change the origin when I do this? I don't understand why it does that. Copy. Oh, if I don't hit shift and I do this, it automatically. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I know it looks like utter garbage right now, but trust me, I'm a professional. Okay, now we're halfway done. Copy again. And again. And again. And one last time. Okay. So now, I'm going to come in here, and we are going to shrink these down. And these. Now the corners, here's what I'm looking at. Just to remind everybody, right? Corners, full blocks, as well as the middle. So you go to the middle, and we say, first of all, let's do this one. Okay, now we have that. So these now is 16 tall. Full size, full voxels tall. And we'll deal with the, textures and stuff in a second. But, that's the start. So, I don't think I have that texture. Let's look to see what textures we do have. We do have concrete gray plane. That might work. Internal plane is a little bit lighter. Do we want? I don't think we want reinforced. I don't know if that tiles very well. We can look at it. Bricks is another one that probably might not tile very well. Now, let's do this. Face. North enabled. East enabled. South enabled. West enabled. So north, face, image, import, stone. Okay. Now I have to do that with the other 5. Not sure if that's going to stick out enough or not, but north. South. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of clicks involved in making these giant machines. Okay. Save it. Now, I think, let's see, let me look at this here. Yeah, we're gonna need to play with what those are gonna look like, because each one of these is gonna be a little different. So, like this will be most likely a fluid input. Yeah. So this will be a fluid input. So let's go back to cube. Voxel size 2 up. Back it up. We're going to need to maximize its size. Okay. Face up, image, import. Multi-blocks, end cap, blue dial, apply. We want the northeast southwest faces enabled. Let's just enable them now and worry about the textures in a second. Northeast southwest. So the west face, image, import, is the fluid side in, which is blue. So blue is apparently input. I was wrong. Apply. Okay? And then northeast and south is just going to be the band. Apply. Copy, paste, paste. Okay. And then the same thing. Because remember, we need two fluid inputs, right? Back here, we basically want that exact thing. So cube 16. Oh my god. And we probably want this one. Okay. So face north enabled, east enabled, south enabled, west enabled. So this one is north face, image, apply, east, image, apply, copy, paste, paste, up, image, apply. Okay? Whew. Now this one will be the item input. So the south face image import will be the item. And then the other faces, like north image import, paste, paste, paste. So we have two fluid inputs and an item input. Now we can do the same face for input and output, right? Because they are separate slots. They're separate. They're separately managed things. But, and this is a big question, like what is a play style? What do people think would work best? Where you have one fluid output, but that can address multiple slots. Because the bottom line is, we have, if we want fluid output, right, we could use any number of sides, but it's really not convenient by doing that. It really isn't. So I don't know. What I'll do is I'll have one fluid output port, and I'm going to code it to just date like round robin, or not round robin, but basically the one extract node will be able to pull from all the different slots. And the insert nodes, you'll have to have different tanks or whatever the infrastructure you want in there. And I'm thinking about doing a multi-block tank that's like really big and like almost like a water tower, where you would be able to build this giant, massive tank and store just a huge amount in it. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. So we also want an item output. So fluid output, I think, will be on this side. I think this will be the fluid output here. So let's bump this up and bump this up. And then face, north, enable, east, enable, south, enable, and west, enable. Now what is that? East image import fluid out. Okay. North image apply. Copy, south, paste, west, paste, up, image, apply. Orange is output. O and O, right? Orange output. And then the item output will be out here in the front. And then again, north, east, south, west. And again, this is going to be south, image, import, item, out, apply. And then image, apply, copy, paste, paste, paste. All right. Now, can anybody think of a reason to have another output? I mean, I could do a fluid out on the back here. I'm just trying to think of the recipes. Like what kind of recipes would people use this for? Right? You know, if you're cracking heavy oil, we could be getting, you know, if we crack heavy oil, naphtha, or LPG, we could get 4 to 5 different products output. You know, if somebody really wants a technical, like a very nitty-gritty recipe set for these, you know, like a Great Tech kind of thing. I still think the one output, because you're gonna, like, if you upgrade it, the machine itself is not going to be, you know, processing so much per second that you're not going to be able to get it out. So if you put an output on there and you upgrade it, you'll have more than enough time to extract the material, like the fluids from the thing, right? You'll have more than enough time. So, yeah. Now, let's see, that's 1, 2, 3 tall, and then another bar. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is these. This is the south enable, image, import, apply. Nine 1615. Okay, so let's copy south enabled, paste 9 1615. South enabled, paste 9. South paste. West enabled, paste 9. West paste. East. And this is north. Okay. That is a decent amount. I mean, it's a humble beginning. Very humble beginnings here. Now I'm thinking we're gonna want to shuffle these a little bit. I think this I need to swap 15 and 20. So 15 can come in here, 20 can come in here. This one is going to go to 0. This one will come in here. And then this face, well, yeah, I could hide these two faces here. I might as well. So this west clear enabled. This east clear enabled. And then these we want to be tall. I'm just looking, obviously I'm referencing something over here. Face, we want this image import. What would be that's like the best detail I've got. This one I want to move up. Like that. And the top. Hmm. $1.5. Really? 216.16. South. So north. Enabled. Paste. North. Enabled. Paste. There's going to be blocks on top of this, so don't worry about that. This is essentially the power. Okay. Again, I'm looking at this. Let's see. Do I have a picture of the back of it? No, that's still the same. This is the back. Basically just a fence across that. That should be easy enough. Okay. Now. And then I can put some more detail on the base here. There's going to be pipes and such. Let's get the verticals here ready to go. I want another cube out here. Cleared. Cube. 16, 16, 16. 16. Layer 2. I really wish you could group blocks in groups rather than group them on blocks, right? Have a layer 2 and then have all the blocks in layer 2 rather than having layer 2 be a block and then add blocks to that. I don't know. I mean, you could technically probably do that by adding a dummy block. Right? You add a layer 2, which is just an invisible block of like nothingness. No faces. All the faces are disabled. You just have a layer 2, and then that is that has all the blocks in it. I'm fairly sure you could do that. I don't know how the game engine would deal with that though. Like a null. Essentially, it's a entry. It's a shape, but it's non-renderable, basically. I don't know. I don't know how the game would deal with that. Okay, so this face image concrete apply north copy east paste south paste west paste up disable down disable. Okay. And then we want to duplicate that. Smack it in there. And then we want to position this there. Copy it again. There. Copy the whole shebang. Put it in there. Move that in. That in. And that in. Like that. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot of other details here, but I need to get the broad strokes doing here. We're going to do layer 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4, 2-5. And then this is going to go up. Not what I wanted to do. Okay. Now the next layer, that should be 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yep. The next one is a border all the way around. Man, this is gonna be so many voxels. Like, I don't know how the game is gonna handle. I don't know how it's gonna handle it when you break and like. This is a lot of blocks to swap. There's a lot of blocks to swap. So we might run into shenanigans. So layer 3, right? We copy this. We move it up. But now we also need to modify it. So this face copy up image import again. I'm looking at this. Now, we'll have a border. We'll have a border going around. There's going to be a lot of little, because this is like the epitome. This is like the be all end all of the MV tier. Like, this is going to be such a massive structure and so damned expensive that, you know, you'll be. It's going to be a pretty big task to actually build this thing. So we're going to do a copy here. We're going to go to this block. We're going to look at the up face, enable, paste. Up, enable, paste. Up, enable, paste. Up. Okay. So, this we need to replicate. Let's eliminate the east and west. Clear, enabled. Clear, enabled. Duplicate. No. This is going to be layer for north 1. I'm trying to be organized. It's very hard to be organized with the amount of voxels, with the amount of cubes this is going to be. Now, if I could make giant cubes and all of that, and still maintain texture cohesiveness, that would be great. And then this one will be layer for south 1. Yeah. And then we'll do east, clear, enabled. West, because I'm going to obviously move these, copy and paste these side by side. So we're going to duplicate. And then move this up to here. Let's do this. Face, east, clear, enabled. No, not yet. Let's not do that yet. But we do need a down face on this. So we're going to copy, down, enabled, paste. Because when I copy and paste this across, I want it to be as, finished and complete as possible. So this, layer 4 and 2, which is north. Let's copy it again. Shift it to the side. Copy. Shift. Copy. Shift. Copy. Shift. Copy. Shift. Just like that. Okay. Now the same is true with these. We want to copy it, move it up, shift it over, copy, down, enable, paste. Copy, shift, copy, shift, copy, copy. Okay. Now, I want to take this. I don't want this one because this one is the whole tree. Right? If I copy this, it's going to copy that whole tree over, and I don't want to do that. So this layer 4 west 1. Okay. Now we're going to duplicate that, move it up here. West 1, now that we've duplicated it, I can take the east face off, east, clear, enabled, north, clear, enabled. Go to layer 2, or the W2 here, and we want to back it up to here. Okay. I think we need it down. Yeah, we need it down still. So we're going to go east, copy, down, enabled, paste. But now we don't need a north, clear, enabled, or a south, clear, enabled. Right? And same with this. We want to this east, clear, enabled, south, clear, enabled. And then this one, up, west, east, and down. Good. So now we can copy this and move it down. And one last time. You can see why, these this stuff takes this long. It just takes, if you want detail, if you want visually cool things, it just takes time. There's no way around it. There's no way to get around it. It just takes a lot of time. Okay, so this one we're going to do layer 4 east 1. Okay. And then copy it. And then we're going to move it. And then take this one and go, all right, we don't need the west clear enabled or the south clear enabled. But we do on this one, we're going to copy, go down, re-enable, and paste. But we don't need a north clear enabled or a south clear Okay, now that that's done, we can copy it, shuffle it down, and then one more time. There we go. And then lastly, this little guy, we don't need the west or the north. Okay. Now, oh, I'm seeing some artifacting. I must have, yep, these ones up. Clear enabled. Up. You can always tell, right, when you have faces that are rendering but are hidden, because it causes little, really hard to see artifacting. But you know, if you're looking for it, you can spot them. And in the game, they get really annoying because they get really obvious in the game when you're running around a multiplayer. So yeah. Anyway. So as you can see with this, right, we're making headway. These are going to be really hard to do. I don't know how we're going to be. I doubt we're going to be able to get the corners to be angular, because there is no way to do a triangle shape, right? We couldn't do like a pyramid shape of any kind with this. You could try to hack it with textures, but I was planning on doing a voxel relief of this. So it might have to be square, right? We're dealing with square voxels. You're just gonna have to deal with squareness, because there's no way to do triangles or custom shapes. They're just the game just is not built to do that. But what we want to do is basically maybe take and copy this. We're gonna bring this way out here. Let's collapse layer 4. I want to make this layer 5 or layer 4 middle 1. Wow, we can put that into layer 4. Why not? Okay, and then here we're going to bring this up. So this face, this copy, layer 4 down, paste. This copy, this up, paste. Okay. And then go here. Copy. Voxel position is here, and then one more. Here. 48, so that's 60. Yeah. Okay. Now, with that, we can copy the whole thing and then bring it in. And do that again. Like so. Oh, I was looking at some weird textures. It's just a smudge on my monitor. Like, what is going on? There's a little smudge on my monitor. Okay. Yeah, there's lots of little details in here, pipes and such. I wanted to merge all of those so I could just like hide the whole thing and get in here and like do some things, do some details and such. Because there's little braces on the corners. Oh, I keep clicking the wrong freaking window. There's little like cross braces. Those will be doable. I'll be able to do those. This is where the power is. I think. Here's this side. Yeah, there's nothing on that side. Do I have? I don't think there's anything on that side either. And then the back. Where was my image of the back? Oh, that's still the front. There's the back. So you can see there's no power connections here either. So what this thing I think does is it requires fuel, actual like fuel, to burn instead of power, which is weird. Because you can see here, there's a little indicator like, hey, put fuel into here. We, however, are going to use crazy amounts of power. Okay, the burnable stuff, the heat from the burnables is going to be coming from electricity, power. Copious amounts of power. So yeah. So anyway, we have a start of some things. So I think we have textures. If we go into multi-blocks, we have a bunch of pipe-based textures here. So we are going to be able to model the pipes as well as the power and obviously the sheet metal for the two chem plant towers on either side. So let's see. Do we have textures for those rivets? We could technically use this if we really wanted to, but I think we're going to get, since this is like the be-all, end-all of this tier, I'm thinking just kind of going hog wild with the things. this? Layer 5. Okay, and then we're going to bump this back up. $16. Let's look at the back again. Well, that's weird. Here's the front. Why does the back look so different? Oh, this is... Okay. I was really confused there. This is it unmade. Okay? This is what it looks like unmade. That was really confusing me for a while there. I was like, what is going on? Yeah. So this is it unmade. And the other one that I'm looking at, this one here is formed, right? This is incomplete. This is funny because I was like, why does it look so different? Yeah, it is what it is. Close that. Now, layer 5. Okay. The down face we are going to clear and disable. The up face we are going to give you, for one, do that so it looks different. Now, there's not really going to be a way to walk around this thing when it's formed. Not the way that it looks, unless I radically shrink the two towers coming up. Because the way that the collision boxes work, it really doesn't allow for a lot of empty space to walk around. The collision boxes and stuff. The way that I had to do them. Kind of iffy, but if we pondering how to do this. Because there's little rivets in the side here, and I could 100% do those. Layer 5. So if we copy this and shuffle this down, 5-1. And then maybe one more time. Okay, and then we do the south face. North, clear, enabled. North, clear, enabled. Layer 6. Nope, it's layer 5. Well, let's do. This is going to be 5, 5, 4, 3. Okay. Then copy. Face. I need east. West, clear, enabled. 5, 6. Face. North, clear, enabled. 5, 8. Face. South, enabled, paste. Okay. So that is essentially the platform that the tower goes on. There's so much more detail. There is so much more detail in this. So much so that it's like I'm a little worried. This one up, I'm going to clear and disable because I don't honestly think we even need this one here. I may even, I don't know if I even need this. I think I don't. Yeah, I don't need that voxel in there at all. Ooh, there's a mistake. There's a little. West clear enabled. There we go. Any other? Yep, there's one. West clear enabled. Because the sheet metal thing is going to sit on top of that, but it's going to cover that up. It's going to be inset a little bit, which is why these have to have textures on the top. But yeah, so far so good. So before I copy this, I want to put the rivets on here. So we're going to do new voxel. Oop, nope. We're going to do new voxel. Clear. We don't need that. Voxel size is fine. And then voxel size on the will be like 0.25. Maybe 0.5. And then we want it up like that. Okay, and then the face, we want image, apply, copy, paste. Okay. Layer 5, this is going to be rivet. Is it rivet? Yeah, rivet 1. And then copy. That's 2 in, right? So voxel 3 is the rivet. So this is 10 in. So from 3 to 10 is 7 voxels, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, not 8, but there's 7 voxels in between. But that is, I was trying to get it 2 away from the edge, so that right there centers it where the voxel, or where it is. So if we do this and go that, that's by the edge, and then 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Now, the trick is copying all these and placing them, right? This is a lot of little details here. I'm not really sold. I really wish I had somebody helping with textures, because that would be so nice. But I would like a smoother metal texture, right? Because I'm looking at this in here, right? I don't really have a bank of textures that I could use for those borders. But if we basically pile these rivets into one object, okay, and we copy the whole thing, that. Now, the problem is all the damn faces. Right? So this one on the east, we need to disable all of these. We don't have to, like, but I'm trying to be consistent. So this one would be the west face, right? But I do want to copy this before I set all those. So we're going to copy this rivet. Now the tough part. Because we've rotated the axis, is kind of messes my brain up as to which axis we actually need to hide in that case, right? So this is, oh, man, I don't know what the best way to do this. Let's go to here, because I know this axis will be, this is the west side, right? So we go face west, clear, enabled. So if we zoom in on that voxel, which is very hard to get accurate, but it should be, if we bring this out, fairly easy to see. Yeah, you can see it there. So if we bring it back, so west face, face west, clear, enabled, west, clear, enabled, west, clear, enabled, west, clear, enabled. Okay. So now I'm hoping that when we copy and rotate this, bring it back, that the right face is going to be good to go. All right, so then we take this one again and we copy it. This time we are going to drop it way down here and rotate it backwards. And then move it in. And hopefully the right face is empty there as well. There. Little bit of detail. A crap load of voxels, though. I mean, there's so many. Right? So many. Just in that little bit right there. I don't know if it's worth it. It might not be worth it. Right? It might not be worth it. That is a metric ton because we need 2 of these. Why does that look off? 16? There we go. Because yeah, we just doubled the amount of. So even if we look at, well, let's do a save. We're already at 1,200 triangles, which isn't. I mean, honestly, is that counting all the things? Like, I don't know. Yeah, 1,200 triangles. I honestly thought there would be way more than that, but you know, we're not done yet. Okay. So now we want a voxel. Oh my god! I hit the wrong thing. This is the button I wanted to hit. Thank you very much. And let's see. This is how deep. This is 6 tall. So this needs to be 10. And it needs to be up 6. And we're going to clear the faces. Right? Because this needs to be a full block tall once it's finished. Voxel size will be maybe 8 by 8. Okay. And then we have face down enabled, up enabled. I think this needs to be a little bit fatter. 11 by 11. We look at the west. I love it when I do that. West face image import sheet metal. North paste. Oh, okay. Oop. So, with that, I should be able to duplicate that voxel size. I need this to be 16. This to be over there. All of that being equal. Go to the faces. East. Enabled. West. Clear. Enabled. This. East. Enabled. And then this. Copy it again. Face. Copy. East. Paste. West. Clear. Clear. Enabled. And then this would be offset this way. I don't need any of the faces inside of this. Obviously, having any of those enabled is just a waste. So this one, we're going to copy. Oh, no, I want to copy. Cube. Face west clear. And then copy this again. Okay. Okay. That is the. Remember, I'm dealing with block spaces here, right? So I want that to be an even amount of block space because then I can just, stack blocks on top of that, stack voxels on top of that. So so now that that is all done, we can merge all of those. Copy it all. One, two, three, four. 5. Oh, what the hell? I'm not. I'm trying to move it. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Oh, there's so much. There's so much left to do, guys. There is so much left to do. There's so much detail in this machine. Like, it's amazing how much detail there is here. It's a drop in the bucket so far. The other thing I need to do is ensure this um, I'm trying to think of like how I want to finish this. Do I want the power to be on top like every other machine or on the side? The top would make more sense. So if we do copy, up, paste, and then south image, import, apply. Copy, down, paste, north, paste, east, paste, west. And then this up, clear, enabled. And then here, copy, God damn it. I keep grabbing shit off the window. My mouse is just not cooperating today. So let's look at this face. Why does that not line up? Yeah, I don't need this clear. And then this one, top image. Why can't I get color consistency? It is what it is. Okay. So power on top. Remember the connector will go on top of that, and the wire will go into that, right? So I need the gap up here. I need that. Putting it on the side. I mean, yeah, it would have worked. 100% would have worked, but it would look kind of funny having the connector just like sticking out the side of it. 100% is possible, and I might even do that on the arc smelter, eventually. But yeah, for now, at any rate. Okay, we'll deal with a little bit of the wiring and stuff later, because you can see. Oh my God, did I just? You can see the wiring comes out here and goes up here, so I'm gonna have to route that a different way, probably out of the side, or maybe the back. Or straight out over the top of this and then up. Yeah. Probably over the top and then up. So much. There's so much to do. Yeah, I still have to consider like ladder. Like where do I put a ladder? Um hmm. Might have to be one block further in. I might have to put a ladder up this back here. Because it has to go all the way up quite a ways. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh. I hate when I misclick something. Okay. So yeah, there's steel fence that has to go in here, platform. Not 100% sure how I do the... Yeah, there is definitely sideways fence there. Oh, it's going to be brutal. This is going to be a very expensive thing to build. Very, very expensive thing to build. Yeah, I still have to do the sort of reinforcement around the edge here. As well as all the pipes inside of here. This is why I tried to make it so I can hide layers. Yeah. But I think that's going to have to do it for today. I knew I wasn't aiming to get this done today. There was just no way with all the bug fixes and stuff. But I'll wrap this up and I'll package up the mod and do another release. Just to ensure people can actually make the sheet metal and all of that. Just to, make sure that you can test and build this stuff in survival, which is that's the trick, is testing it in survival. I test to make sure stuff works and stuff, but as you saw today, there was a weird fundamental bug now with how the electrical networks were initialized, because they moved the block access points around a little bit. So I was trying to initialize networks with machines that just weren't there. So that's where the dirty networks came from. So that should smooth out those rough edges. Now, if you have a network that's like runs miles, it's not always it's not all going to be loaded. And so the network will never not be dirty. And that will cause more overhead. So don't do that. We're going to eventually, once I get the temporal crafter, right, the temporal foundry or whatever we want to call it, once I get that working in the temporal steel and we start getting some of that code in place, then we'll be able to maybe have something that will transmit power over longer distances. And then I might introduce a chunk loader. Because I figured out how to do that. So if you have a pump jack way far away from your base, eventually the plan is, once you have the temporal crafters and you temporal steel and all of that, you'll be able to then essentially transmit not only power to a remote destination, but also grab the resources from it, right? You'll be able to pull the oil from it without having to be over there at all times. And that's going to require a lot of testing. So, and some of that code could change between now and then, because I found how to do that quite a while ago, and so that code could have changed a little bit. So I'm gonna have to revisit that to make sure it still actually works. But anyway, it's, you're not going to want to load a lot of chunks. That's not a good idea, but it should allow you to do that at a cost of power, right? The more chunks, the more power. So we'll work. I doubt I'm going to work on this at all this weekend. I might have some other stuff coming up beginning of the week. My grandma's in the hospital. I got a phone call last night about midnight, and she's in the hospital. So I need to kind of make sure I'm available if she needs anything. So I don't know how much I'm going to get to modeling this, in the next 4 days. So Wednesday for our stream, we might just pick up right here and finish this building in one stream, because I really want to get this done so we can start working on the code side of things. I don't know which was going to take longer, the the object modeling it or the code. I'm not 100% sure. It's gonna be a wash. I think it's going to take a while. But anyway, I thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself, you learned anything today, and if you want to support the channel or the mod or the project or any of my mods, please consider being a patron. It would help immensely. The more little patrons I can get, the less I'm going to need to rely on finding a job. So get that up, and I'll treat this as my full-time job. Therefore, I'll treat it as a full-time job, and not spend a bunch of my time actually looking for one. So that'll just allow me to dedicate more time to mods and the modding. Or if you have commission ideas or anything like that, let me know and we can talk. But anyway, have a great rest of the weekend. Get outside, touch some grass, and call your mom.